Well, hey there. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you're watching a music teacher's reaction live and in real time to the Umineko original soundtrack, Part 4. I've never heard this music before in my life, so everything I break down, talk about, and teach is going to be off the top of my head in the moment as we go. Hey, chat, how's it going? We're live. We're doing this live. Live. We're live. Oh, thank you all so much for joining, hanging out. By the way, if you're wondering why you should listen to me about this, well, I've been teaching music for like over 10 years. I've written a couple books on music. I've taught several hundred students. I've spent tens of thousands of hours practicing music, playing music, performing music. And so I might have a thing or two to say about the music we are about to hear. All right, let's get rocking and rolling. Rocking and a-reeling with Monochrome Clock. And for the person in chat who's asking, by the way, this is going to be so much fun. If we're having this much funk, I'm going to have fun. Whoever in the chat was asking what they should have on their pizza, I dare you. Oh, chicken and pineapple with pepperoni. It's good. Let me hear it from you in the comments or in the chat if you disagree or agree with me. Chicken, pineapple, and pepperoni. Maybe with some bacon? Ooh. Yeah, maybe with some bacon too. All right, let's do this then. Okay. Well, I gotta say that if that is anything like we're about to hear here in part 4, I'm super stoked. I'm being blown away by the eclectic nature of this soundtrack. We had everything from like pretty much straight up classical, kind of like experimental classical, to pop. We've had funk. Oh my goodness gracious. Gorgeous pineapple pizza me. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. Smash Matt, I see you with those bits. We'll get those for upvoting Pizza Tower. And the HK Zappelli, welcome to your first live. Any first-time chatters, stop by and say hi. If you want to lurk, that's fine too. Lurk, 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 lurk. Hey, Bitter Olive, how's it going? Okay, let's get this thing going with our next piece of music. Eternity. modulation. Look out. Ooh. Okay, so continuing with our theme of, well, doing things that are a little bit deceptive, changing between major and minor, we're seeing the same thing happening here. So essentially the chord progression, we're in the key of B flat minor. And I'm going to call out the notes and, well, I'm actually going to call out the Roman numerals or the numbers associated with the chord. So the way we think about music is that we have letters. We basically have 7 letters, A, B, C, D, F, G, and those letters repeat over and over again. A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. We can also go backwards. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. We go backwards and backwards, over and over again. And then we assign numbers to those. So A could be 1, then B would be 2, C would be 3, F would be, A, B, D would be 4, E would be 5, F would be 6, G would be 7. But G could be 1, then A's 2, then B's 3, and so on. So in this case, essentially B, it's B flat, but B is going to be 1. Then we go to 6, 7, or maybe it's really 6, 5, 4, 1. And then back to 6, and then 3, and then 4, and then basically 5, and then 6, 5, 4, 1. 3, 4, and here's where it gets really crazy. Ooh, where does it go? It goes back to 6, but instead, this time, instead of being minor, it's major. So right there, we can see a very interesting thing of playing around with major minor that we've seen so far throughout this series, that chords come back and forth, the major minor version. So major would be like a happy version, starting on a B. So here's a B, it's a B flat, but starting on a B, be happy, be sad, happy, sad. So the happy, major, sad is minor. By the way, you can also ask questions in the chat about the pieces of music as we go along. It's one of the advantages of being here live. If you would like to understand a particular thing about a song as we go, just pop it. Oh, here we go. Pop your question in the chat. That's going to be right here, and then I will answer it. Thank you. Yeah, here. Yeah, it's here. Hi. Hello, chat. Hi. All right, let's keep this thing going. I think we did have one question. I thought modulation referred to a lot of changing key. Well, okay. Modulation. There's many different ways we could use modulation. Okay. So modulation basically means a change. We're modulating from one thing to another, essentially, at a fundamental level. So, yeah, when we went to the B flat major, after hearing the B flat minor, I thought for sure we were headed into a change of key, which would indeed have been a modulation. Okay, let's keep this going. So, by the way, there's many different kinds of modulation. You can modulate keys. You can modulate rhythms. You could time signature, technically meters, metric modulation. So there's more than one way to modulate a cat. Okay, let's keep this thing going. Oh, well, it's changed. And then ends back on F minor. What a delightful ride. Okay, so some really interesting things. And what we heard throughout this entire song was the development of essentially a singular arpeggio idea. So it starts off with well, hang on, let's go back and actually listen to it because I don't remember what it was. Right. So you think it's going to stay here, right? And because then it goes. But all of a sudden, as it goes along, that same idea starts to grow and it starts to change. Right. Right, and then it changes to. So it's taking a simple idea of. And turning it into. So yeah, it starts the same, but then it changes. So it's taking these ideas of these arpeggios. An arpeggio is when you skip, essentially, most of the time. It's when you, essentially, an arpeggio is technically a broken chord. A broken chord. So a broken chord is when we take a chord. So here's a note. Here's two notes. Two notes together or more makes a chord. So when we take a chord like this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different notes. And we're going to outline that chord using only notes from that chord, but we're going to separate them. That's an arpeggio. An arpeggio is a type of broken chord. And so what you heard throughout that piece was the development of an arpeggiated idea that just grew and grew and blossomed and grew. Welcome, first-time chatter. Shanoxo. I think I got that right. MF Megaman 0X asks, question for Dan, does retardando count as modulation? Ooh, interesting. Okay, well, I can tell you that a retardando is a tempo mark. It's gonna be called a tempo mark. Retardando, also rallentando, also a tempo. All three of those are technically tempo marks, which are a type of performance mark. Whether you could call that a modulation, I mean, technically you're modulating speed, right? If we use the word modulation, but we wouldn't normally refer to a retardando or a rallentando, indeed. Both essentially two different ways of slowing music down. We would refer to neither of those in common terms as being a modulation. We would refer to them by their names to mean the specific thing that's happening. Whereas if you start a piece in 3/4 and then end it in 6/8, like we heard a couple chapters ago, that would be metric modulation because we're modulating, we're changing from simple meter to compound meter. Hello there. So technically it is a type of modulation, we just don't call it that. Okay. Next up. Oh, see, I had the full screen thing, and then I was clicking back and forth and wondering why I was having to click back and forth. And it's because I had it in full screen. More than you needed to know, but here we are. Apathy. I say E flat to A flat. Yeah! Woo! That was fun! Oh, that was fun! Ah. Oh, Anonymous Gifter is gifting a tier 1 sub. Guys, let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. That was so much fun. I tell you, one of the advantages of doing these live streams more often is I'm getting more time on the guitar, and all that old facility, all that technique I put years into developing is starting to come back slowly, but surely. It's on its way back. Guess who's back, back. Okay, so a beautiful song that I really loved playing along with. A beautiful jam. It really basically started out with this implied E flat to A flat, major 7, basically both. Now, right there, I knew we were in the key of E flat major. Why? Because, well, we started on an E flat and then we went straight to an A flat, which is the 4 of E flat. And right there, off of those two chords, like, okay, I see where this is going. Now, how did it do that? It's kind of a magic trick. It's using something called music theory. Music theory is like when Neo sees the Matrix in the Matrix, and he's like, I know Kung Fu. Once you know music theory, you hear music, and you're like, I know Kung Fu, and then you can do what I just did on the guitar once you understand the music theory. I mean, obviously, you also need to like learn how to play the instrument too. 2 separate processes, but still, a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And I did all of that by understanding music theory. And then I knew what notes I could use that would sound good, right? But then I spent years playing scales so that I don't have to think about where my fingers are going. I just sing the melody, and then I can play the melody that I want to sing. And that's how you do it. So the foundation of all that is music theory. It's understanding how everything goes together and how everything fits together. And then what you do is you add your experience, your voice to it. But it's all about understanding the music theory. And that's why this is music theory for games, because that's the foundation. If you understand the theory, everything else is an open door. Door. Love is an open door. I love how we finish each other's pizza slices that are covered with chicken, bacon, and pineapple. By the way, now when I order pizza, I just have my girlfriend order it for me because I always mess up my own pizza. I always have my girlfriend figure it out. She's got like white sauce on there, garlic, pepperoni, chicken. I don't know how she does it, but it's always better than whatever I pick. All right, let's do this thing. I will say I do like pineapple and chicken on a pizza with pepperoni and bacon. It is good. That one is good. Just some pizza places, the red sauce doesn't go with everything, you know what I'm saying? Well, I'll tell you, that was beautiful. I definitely heard the hope motif in there, accompanied by some of the Hope chords. Indeed. Chat pointed out the marionette theme, which I did miss because I don't even remember the marionette theme. That was a couple days ago, but I'll get it. A couple shout outs to Chef Kairu. Welcome, first time chat. By the way, Chef, are you actually a chef? Is your job cooking food? Because I'd love to get your weigh in on some pizza ideas. Jose TSZ, welcome. Okay, let's keep this thing going. By the way, if anyone works professionally in the food industry who's in this or watching this video on demand, like, please weigh in on the pizza. Love to hear from you. Well, okay, unlimited excuses is what if you put a banana, curry, and chicken on a pizza? I mean, banana, curry, chicken. Am I allowed to blacken the banana? If I'm allowed to blacken the banana, I'd buy it. I'd do that. I think I've had curry pizza. I'm like over 85% confident I've had curry pizza. Oh, see, I was about to get Taylor Swift on this, man. All right, quick vote in the chat. Type a 3 for me to get Taylor Swift on it. Type a 3 for me to rewind a little bit and get Taylor Swift all up on that song. Notice I didn't give you an option to say no. I only gave you an option to say yes, which will invariably tilt the results. Okay, well, we had a couple 3s, so we're going to do it briefly. Real quick. The Taylor Swift version you didn't know you needed. You're on the phone with your girlfriend, she's upset. Doesn't get your humor like I do. Tuesday night, never know your story like I do. Wear short skirts, I wear t-shirts, shoes, you Captain and I'm on the beaches. About the day when you wake up and find what you're looking for has been here the whole time. Now can't you see I want? Sorry, I was playing too loud. I couldn't hear the drums. Been all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me. You belong with me. Okay. Not my finest moment, but we'll do it. Maybe next time we won't do it again. Reminds me a little bit of an album I listened to. Oh, what was the name of it? Gosh, I'll remember the name of the band in a bit. But it's like, I mean, I don't even know what to do with that. Like, tell you what speed it's at. About 183. Alright, 183 is that. $182. That's fast. That's really fast. Man, plenty of bands do stuff like this, man. Like, oh gosh, I'll remember it. Give me a minute. I'm having a moment of one too many bands in the mental data bank, but I'll remember it. It has something to do with like a plug or something. Anyway, I'll remember it. That's the loop. All right. Okay. Well, what was really interesting about that is that we could kind of summarize that. You know, in terms of what the bass was doing, it felt very much like an F, major 7 to like, you know, an E over C, maybe an E, maybe sorry, C over E, maybe an A minor 7 over E type of a thing. Yeah, maybe we'll call it C because it felt Lydian E. Lydian E as in like the C kind of felt like home base, so that B natural kind of felt a little bit interesting over that F. Yeah. Well, we have a couple questions. SN Roxy, first time chatter, welcome. Oh, we had a question in the chat. What are my favorite 2 Persona songs? Oh, well, I mean, Rivers in the Desert. I mean, easily is number 1. And then, I mean, Rivers in the Desert is my favorite song. You asked me to pick a second. It was Rivers in the Desert. Easily. Like, top Persona song. Like, no. I don't never, and I got to make my decision. It's time to be my moment. You're down with it, no. Just down, I'm still ready, but I'm ready to strike them down now. A chance to do start. There's no time for indecision. Rivers in the now I need it. Yeah, I love that song. It's so good. So yeah, hey look, if you want to remix 2 songs, get 2 different versions of Rivers in the Desert. Snaroxy, got it. Well, okay. Question for Dan. What would you call sort of vibration sound that happens from time to time in this song? That. 3, 4, now. 3, 4, now. 2, 3, 4, now. That vibration sound? Yeah. It could be a cymbal. It's modified. Sometimes drummers will hang metal chains. It's not chains. It's like the bead chain things on their cymbals. So when they hit it, it goes like, and it makes a kind of sizzling sound. So it could be a cymbal. It could just be an effect created by a synthesizer. Could also be. Okay, this next one is called Surrounding. Right, real quick, guys. I was missing that second chord there. For some reason, throwing my ear for a loop. F something. Anyone with perfect pitch can tell me what that is? Because, man, that has thrown me for a loop. Oh, there you go. D flat. Dude, it was changing to the relative major, and I'm going, what the heck is that? I'm like, oh my gosh, what is happening to my ears? Because I'm looking everywhere. I'm hearing this thing when I'm like, oh my gosh. This entire OST, it's been changing between parallel major and minor. And there I am searching for some clue. So it's like, essentially, well, let's call it a... Let's call it a D flat, shall we? D flat sus 2 to D flat major to technically we're in D flat minor B double flat major to C flat major back to And so right there, what was throwing me for the loop was that I was so sure there was no way it was going to be the parallel major. And my ears were telling me parallel major, but my brain was going, no, couldn't possibly be. It's got to be something else. So I was trying every other thing. And turns out it was just C minor 2, well, C sharp, D flat major. So a musical term from the music purposely gets muddled. Well, there's a lot of reverb going on, and I will tell you that the reverb got dialed up like crazy, and that's why that sounded like it sounds. Lots of reverb, very little dry signal. Gets you that sound. $599 million ruins. 599 billion ruins, so ruined. 599 million ruins. How do you measure a brick in a ruin? Let's do this. Oh, we've heard this before. Chat, you want to help me out and tell me the name of this motif? Because I don't remember the name of it. Oh, 599 million red bullets. Yeah, very good. Oh, talk about a half cadence leading us in suspense. So, It's like ending on the 5. Now, what do I mean by ending on the 5? And what do I mean by half cadence? And what do I mean by leaving us in suspense? Ooh, great questions, Dan. I'm so glad you asked them. Well, Dan, let me answer them. So basically, we're in the key of B flat minor. Again. Or let's say... Okay. And so what happens is the 5, essentially, at a fundamental level, is where you have a lot of tension. And the 5 is always going to push us back to 1 the majority of the time. I'm speaking in simple terms, in generalities. So we have the 1. The 5 pushes us back to 1. So even Beethoven, 5 goes back to 1. 1, the Beethoven. He then goes to 5 and back to 1. And so what we can see here is this alternating between 1 and 5 creates a lot of tension and resolution. We've talked about this on previous streams. But what I want to break down for you here is the idea of ending on 5 and not going back to 1. So imagine this. And that's where it ended. Type a 2 in the chat if that was an unsatisfactory ending. Type a 2 in the chat if that was an unsatisfactory ending. Hi, PKS Lab. Great to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. Right. 2 1,000 times, says Cooler Spook. Right. So the whole thing about ending on 5 is literally that it leaves tension. There's tension in the air. And can you feel the tension tonight? And because of the tension there, that leaves us feeling like it's incomplete. And because we're ending on the 5, and we're not going back to 1, and the phrase indeed is ending on the 5, that would be a half cadence. Now, you could make an argument that depending on the placement of the phrase, a half cadence could technically be a deceptive cadence, I suppose, based on phrase placement. But either way. Yeah, well, exactly. You're expecting... But instead you get bad dobby, and then we leave it unresolved. All right, let's do F style. Let's do this thing. Ah. What a beautiful piece, full of expectation. So Mega Man Zero X asks, so is this song based on a single chord? No, it is not. It's actually based off of 2 or 3 chords. And you can hear it in the bass. Yeah, so because the bass holds the most power, and the bass is playing B, A, F sharp, E, and D, what that does is it actually changes the chord above it. So, right, and so we have that repeated figure. So I'm going to kind of sing it, and then I'll play chords underneath it. So because the bass is changing, it creates different chords. Yeah, so you can think about songs just as a note sequence, but if you listen to the bass has the most power. The bass is actually defining both the inversions of chords and the root notes of chords. So always go check out the bass, what the bass is doing. major, minor, major, sus4 major. So what we saw there was, again, another example of going back and forth between the parallel major and minor. So right at the end, it was F, G, too many effects. A minor, still too many effects. A minor, G, F, G, A major, F, G, A minor, G, F, G, A, sus4 to A major. Beautiful and so much fun. Shout out to first time chatter. Oh, hang on, my scroll's getting long here. Max. Hey, Max. So glad it brings you joy. I'm so glad that this sparks joy for you. All right, this next one is Death from Stupefaction. Sounds like a title of a Megadeth song. You mean I could have fun for 3.5 minutes over a single chord? Type 4 for Dan to have fun for 3 minutes over a single chord. Let's go to something else. Okay. Well, that was something. We may never know what exactly that was, but there's no doubt in our hearts that from this day forward we will carry on knowing that that was something. And those who were present on that day left and said to their grandchildren years after, well, this one time, I saw this guy on this thing we used to call the internet. Now you just call it your brain. Back when the internet used to not be in our brains, there's this guy named Dan, and he did something. I'm not quite sure what it was, but it was something. Check out this next one. What an incredible song that built to a crescendo like 2 times. Well, I say crescendo. I mean, technically crescendo. I'm using that in a colloquial sense there, which I have to be careful with because it's all about the music. So also, what I want to bring to your attention is something called mode mixture. Mode mixture. It's when we take 2 notes and mix them up and interchange them back and forth, leaving everything else the same. So basically, we have, on a fundamental level, that's the first scale being used. Again, fundamental level. Technically, we're also using that. And then, so right here, you can hear that the, oops. Well, we'll get to it. Also, listen to this tempo ramp here that speeds up. Speeding up. Speeding. Right here. That's using that raised 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's 6. And so that's part of what keeps the music interesting. Number 1, that it's slowing down, speeding up. Number 2, it's just a fantastically written piece of music. But number 3 is that mode mixture happening in between. So whenever it sounds kind of like a Renaissance fair, whenever it sounds to you like it's a Renaissance fair, that's when the mode mixture is happening. And the rest of the time when it doesn't quite sound like a Renaissance fair is when it's in its sort of original scale that it started in. Mode mixture as in church modes. Well, yeah, kinda. I would prefer to just say Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolidian. And we'll leave the stepchild out. Because who uses Locrian anyway? What kind of minor 251 are you playing over? You're like, let me break out my Locrian. I mean, you know. Locrian gets no love. No love at all. Everyone else has their time in the sun. It's little Locrian in its baseball cap with its fingers sticky with ice cream just sitting in the back of the car and no one's talking to him. All right. Little sus word of major there again. Yeah, come on, guitar. right, so let's talk a little bit about this. So we have B minor, F sharp minor, E minor, A major, A sharp fully diminished seventh, really acting like a 5, because that's what fully diminished sevenths do. They act as the tension of a 5, and technically speaking, it's basically like having a 5 flat 9 in first inversion, with the third in the bass. See if we add the F sharp in there. Stanky. And then we come back to the one. Now, what's interesting is that on the fourth time around, so that's what it does on the first time. The second time, it's B minor, F sharp minor, E minor, and then it would think it was just A, B minor. And then third time, it does what it did the first time. B minor, F sharp minor, E minor, A sharp fully diminished to B minor. Now, on the last time, it does something like this. B minor, F sharp minor, E minor, everything's the same. A, and then it does B sus 4 to B major. Yet again, we're seeing in this original soundtrack that the composers are loving alternating between the parallel major and minor within the same song, indeed starting and ending entire sections or chord progressions on the parallel major and minor. How cool is that? So cool. Yes, those last two chords come up a lot in this OST and has been a theme in and of itself, is going through a minor chord progression and then ending it with a sus4 of the 1 chord of the key to the parallel major. So cool. There you go. Again, we had parallel minor and then parallel major. Yeah, we have heard this theme before. Well, parts of it. Major. Major. This one, major. So this is a variation on a motif or theme we've already heard in this original soundtrack, but they made it a little bit more sinister, indeed a little bit more threatening. I'm paraphrasing of what it actually is, so I don't fully remember, but I do remember we've heard it before, and I do know that's different from than how we've heard it previously. Now, a couple things that's interesting too is we're seeing this really clear theme starting to emerge, and I'm just going to start squeaking with joy every time we hear parallel minor and major. And just to be clear, so you're all understanding what parallel minor and major is and why this is so fun, is that we have a note. Let's call it a C. Actually, for the case of this, we'll do F. We just heard a piece in F. So F. Now, we can build whatever we want off this F. This F is a neutral building block. We can build certain notes on top of it that make that F sound sad. Or we can build certain notes on top of it that make that note sound happy. So that F building block that takes on whatever color or emphasizes the color of the notes above it. So here's minor, here's major. And what we can hear very often in this original soundtrack is there'll be something is that it goes to the parallel major. And parallel just means that it shares the same name. So parallel means F is the way we start describing whatever it is we're talking about. So an F major, F minor. See, I said F first, parallel. Parallel means I say the same thing first. So F, and then whatever comes out of my mouth next is just saying what type of F it is, or the quality of the chord, to be specific. So F major, F minor. The parallel connection is that it's F to F, and then the fact that it's major and then minor after I say the F. And this is really cool because this is actually relatively uncommon in things like pop music and things like rock music. I mean, relatively uncommon. But we're hearing it so much in this OST, and I think what was interesting, I think it was in Chapter 2, somebody in the chat asked, they said, hey, Dan, are we hearing more instances of this parallel major and minor here in this original soundtrack than we typically hear out in the real world? And I was like, well, we've been listening to it for a couple hours, and based on the fact that we've been listening to it for a couple hours, statistically speaking, yeah, kind of, I don't feel really confident saying that. But now, after having listened to it for many hours, I can confidently say that statistically, yes, we are seeing many, significantly, a statistically significant amount of parallel major to minors within the chord progressions. No, not the relative minor, the parallel minor. That's different than the relative minor. The relative minor has a different name it starts with. So C major, A minor. That's a relative major to relative minor. C, A, different ways it starts. Whereas C major to C minor, that's parallel major to parallel minor because it starts the same way, C to C. Oh, Connor World's just being a fanboy of relative minor. That's awesome. I love that you stan relative minor. All my relative minor diehards, type a 3 in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. Okay, this one's called The Dark... Oh, Lord. The Dark and Crazed Requiem of Purgatory. I don't know. I thought Purgatory was kind of neutral, but here we go. I love that syncopated oboe. That's great. That was sick. Hey, let's go check out. Oh, I love this. Okay. So it's like we have harp in the left ear. Your main focus is going to be on a violin. And then this oboe comes in just like a beast doing this sick stuff. Check this out. Okay, and that oboe is doing something called syncopation. Now, be-do da da, be-do da da. Now, what syncopation is? Syncopation is any time you interrupt the expected pattern of the rhythm. Now, we have strong and weak beats within the pattern of the rhythm. And what's happening is oboe is playing around those strong and weak beats. And it's creating a feeling of tension and resolution because of the rhythms that it is playing. And what makes it sound, what sits so perfectly is because the violin is just going, it's just doing this sequence. All right, let's listen to the violin sequence. So the violin also has da shtebidi git ga. It's syncopated itself. Shtebidi git ga, shtebidi git ga. Yeah, and then it ends with this pattern here. And just the juxtaposition of the rhythms. This is what it is. Like, the notes are great. The notes are awesome. But really what's carrying the effect here is the rhythms. Like, this is a bop. Love it.
My richest golden dream on Purgatory gonna be Rocking on the creature, those bloody and September. Richest golden dream, it's magical golden shell. I got a beast in fire, on let's go beating her. In a loving panic, the very, very sweet. It's gone breaking the darkness, chosen free. Your master blazing, the everything. In a war, I feel it like rocking on the show. those bloody and September. With its golden breaker, its magical gold shell. I'm gonna be still fire on magical breathing heart. In a tiny, very sweet. Musical breaking the darkness, chosen breeze. You must have crazy, that every sweet. In a world, I feel it, my broken I'm the show. Oh, it is golden frozen from Maria's born the free.
Two modulations.
You're gonna be still fire, the final October. In a winter's golden frozen for Maria's born the way. Blasting on the creature, the medical sorry go. Killing silent, the blacking only witch. Is it come breaking a gap, you show me way. You must have crazy, the everything. On the way, you're breaking my broken on the show.
Okay, well that was wild. Now that had 3 modulations in it. So it started off in B minor. And then it went and then it went study booty go. I think I lost the plot. And so we started off here, and then we went here, and then we went here. And when you modulate, you change what is called the tonal center of the music, or what feels like home. Because at first, this feels like home, this B minor, then the C minor feels like home, then the sharp or D flat minor indeed feels like home. That's a concept called tonal center. Oh, wow. Let's keep this thing going with Dive to Emergency. Drums, tambourine. I've heard this before. Yeah, that drum, that's not a bongo. That could be a conga that someone's pressing down on the skin. Usually congas are a little bit more pitched. Dude, bongos, more pitched, bongos are smaller. Are we looping here, chat? One side of the bongo. That's possible. But I don't think so. It sounds to me that it's closer to, and I always forget the name of it. It's the it's more of a Middle Eastern drum that has a really, really tight membrane on it. It is, well, hey, how's this for a non-answer? It's a membranophone that's probably being played by hand. Technically, I'm right. Thank you, Connor Walls. A membranophone would be any type of instrument that has a membrane on it, and you generate sound by striking the membrane. That's it. So, membrane can be made out of plastic, animal hide. Kazoo is an aerophone. Yes, kazoo is an aerophone. Where's my kazoo club at? Type a 2 in the chat if you're an OG kazoo. Parallel major minor. Yeah, piano. You know, I don't know who allowed a duck to be brought into the recording studio, but I want to point out something to you that you may not have heard before. If you have heard it, good. I'm glad your ears are working, and I'm glad you got sharp ears. But if you have not heard this before, I just want to bring your attention to this, because there's like a duck quacking. I have a ton of ducks around my house, and I've got very used to hearing the sound of ducks. They're like little proximity sensors. When you get close, and they go bark, 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 bark. I literally have no clue what's doing that. I literally have no idea how that sound is being generated. Like, not a single clue. Not a one. It sounds cool. I don't know, guys. I don't know what to tell you with that one. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that sound in a piece of music before. So that's cool. But yeah, wow. Oh, what an incredible piano piece. I mean, so tastefully done. Although the way the drums were actually mixed back and actually had a lot of the frequencies cut to make sure that the piano stayed out front. The drums were not overpowering at any time. And the piano was front and center with a beautiful, beautiful arrangement. Put a page on ducks in my next book. Yeah, exactly. Theory 4. Ducks. Breaking on Channel 9 News. Yeah. Oh, well, that was a ton of fun. Look, so why did I start this up going, and now on the 7 o'clock evening news? It's because that xylophone sound right there is like so emblematic of like breaking news things. In fact, lots of movies, when you have breaking news or things, that's the sound. And in fact, for many years, that actually was the sound of like breaking news and different news programs. And xylophones are made out of wood. And so it's a wooden instrument that you strike with wooden things. You can strike them with other things, wooden mallets, and wood on wood gets that kind of a sound. It could also be a marimba. Yeah, maybe marimba. I don't know if xylophones go that low, but it's a xylophone or it's a marimba. Either way, wooden things that are suspended, that you hit, that make pitches. Vibraphone, technically, I believe, has metal bars, if I'm not mistaken. And then also fans in the tubes, which gets the vibraphony sound. And I'll tell you my second favorite part of the song. Let's find it. This right here. Oh, this piano riff. Yeah, like to poorly paraphrase it. Oh, it's so cool. What a cool riff. I did not play it exactly how the piano player did it, but that was really, really cool. That piano riff is awesome. Sick. All right, I have no idea what's about to happen now, but it's something. spark thing in there. Distortion on it. Look, let's talk about it. Talk about it while it leaks. Turns out we'll talk about it. So, what's really interesting right there is that it actually starts off like my favorite Persona song, Like Rivers in the Desert. Beautiful walking down. Oh, sorry. Beautiful. Even right there in that middle section where we're starting off in like B minor world. Then it go to F, and then it tonicizes F. We go to the 4. Wild stuff, really beautiful. And then we hear this theme we've heard before. Yeah, heard this before. Not as in like heard it before, not cool, like this is cool. And we've also heard it before. Theme of the Witch, thank you. For Golden Slaughter. Thank you. Also heard it sound like a dog barking. this is like 2000s dance. Love it. Reminds me of skating at the roller rink. Listening to, what is this song? Maybe all that I want when you're lying here in my arms. I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. Love is all that I see when I find in the blue sky. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. But it's like a dance tune. And then there's a... Reminds me a lot of that song. Man, I want to hear from you old timers like me. Type a 3 in the chat if you've ever been to a birthday party at a roller rink. Type a 3 in the chat if you've ever been to a birthday party at a roller rink. Oh my goodness, I'm not alone. I love it. All right, you ready? Here's the deep cut. Here's the deep cut. We're going to overlay 2 inputs, and we're going to narrow the field. Type a 4 in the chat if you've been to a birthday party at a roller rink where they served, wait for it, Carvel ice cream cake. You know the one. Chocolate, vanilla, with Oreo crumble in the middle. Yeah, I think ice rink counts. I think we can count ice rinks. 4. Type of 4. Yeah, so it felt like a dance tune. That was really cool. Let's get this next one called Discode. Purple Ketchup. Oh, I remember Purple Ketchup. I was too young though. Using a vocoder here. Ooh. Oops, sorry. Yo, Cooler Spook. Told you.
妬ましその顔にもう一度だけ微笑みを
Ooh, that was cool. Reverse sound right there.
ここではみんな逆さまに見えるおもちゃの銃で立ち向かおう一人じゃ孤独で眠れないの聞かせて私にどうかずっと隣で歌っててくださいせめて次に目覚める時まで禁断の扉からかすかに聞こえる祈りは許し子その目さえ今では儚い目写し話が記憶なら救いを待つことはやめて一度だけささやくよディスコ空に叶わずこの願い約束は果たされず散りゆく終わらない祈りを 死というものがあるのならこの窓に映るものは何苦しみだけが幸せならこれが幸せ禁断の館では全て愛してみせるから救われた罠だよとあざけり笑ってほしいんだ悲しみの記憶すらあなたを責める道具にして一度だけささやくよディスコ禁断の館では全て愛してみせるから救われた罠だともあざけり笑ってみせるんだ悲しみの記憶すら私を殺す道具にして一度だけささやいてディスコ風は止まずにあなたを連れて週末の楽園を目指す始まりはここから
Oh, beautiful. All right, I want to point out something to you guys. Okay, this is going to be all about something called a ride cymbal. A ride cymbal. So this is a cymbal that a drummer plays. Usually, it's going to be on the right of the drum kit, over tom 2, tom 3. So, you know, they have the snare drum that goes ka. They have the hi-hat that goes kst. And they have the kick drum that goes gum. So, gum ka gum ka gum ka ka. Right, would be jumpy. Now, this sound is very particular. So I'm going to make sure we're all on board with hearing it, and then I want to point something out that's really cool with it.
後ろの道へ例えば始まりの時であっても禁断の館
So, I'm going to do this with my finger when the bell of the ride cymbal is hit.
出会うはずの二人導いて例えば始
Here
ま
it
り
comes. Ready for it?
禁断の館では全て愛してみせるから
All right. Type of 1 if you could hear that little clang. It's like a little metallic clang. Type of 1 in the chat. I want to hear from you. Even my lurkers. Type of 1 if you can hear. I won't call on you. You are a safe lurker. You are safe. I will not call on you. But type a 1 if you can hear that clanging sound. I want to make sure everyone's hearing it. Okay. All right, great. You guys are hearing it. Okay, fantastic. All right, now what I want you to listen to, and this is so cool, and this is just the brilliance of an awesome drummer, is how this drummer takes it from playing it once sort of every other time to every single time, and how that amplifies the energy. There's other things going on that the drummer's doing to amplify the energy, but how just this one part of the drum alone completely changes the energy of the song and builds through, I'm going to call this the chorus. All right, now here it comes. Twice as many. Twice as many again here. See, the point of being safe is that I'm not actually going to say your name, person who's asked if they were safe. That's the point of being a safe lurker, is I'm not going to call on you, so you can safely lurk. I'm not going to say your name to prove my point. You are a safe lurker. You're not going to be called out. So, type a 2 in the chat. Type a number 2 if you could hear how that metallic clanging sound started happening twice as fast. Instead of ga, it was ga, 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 ga. Right. Okay. Now, type a 3. We're going to go through numbers. Type a 3 if you could hear how when it was twice as fast, it increased the energy of everything that was going on. Type a 3 if you could hear that it increased the energy of what was going on. Awesome. See, this is the power of one single musician's artistic decision. It's possible someone, said, for the drummer to do it. It's possible a producer told the drummer to do that. But here's the power of one single musician making a just brilliant artistic decision, and how much that impacts the song. And that is why musicians are now asking for writing credit a lot of the time when recording songs. It's because they're contributing such integral, real, contributions to the overall sound that it's like you can't just say, yeah, well, I wrote the song, but just wow. So cool. So cool. Love it. That's just one little piece of this. That the drummer did a lot of other things. We're just going to focus on that one thing, because that one thing right there completely amped up the energy. Just one difference on playing one ride cymbal. Very cool. All right, this next one's called About Face. Ha! Parallel major right there at the end. That sounds like one of the first motifs we heard in the entire soundtrack. Well, okay. A beautiful piece. Yeah, a little witchy, maybe, perhaps, indeed. Hey, but real quick, before I break this one down, if you've enjoyed our time together today, I invite you to consider following at the minimum. If you really enjoyed your time here and you think you'd like to see some more of this without ads, I encourage you to subscribe. And remember, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a free subscription. You can use that here. You don't even pay for it. It's like part of your Amazon Prime membership. Now, that being said, if you would like to upvote what OST I react to next, you can do that by adding 1,000 bits in the chat and saying the name of the OST you would like for me to react to next. Or, indeed, you can go to the donate feature in the About page. So you go to About, it says Upvote OSTs. Click on that. Boom, that's going to take you to my Streamlabs. You type in the name of the OST you want me to react to next, and we will upvote that. There's a whole list that you can also see in the About page of upcoming reactions. Next reaction poll is going to go out on the Saturday, upcoming Saturday, which is the 17, 18, 19, 20th of May. Well, a beautiful, beautiful way to end this soundtrack here. I really have been enjoying this soundtrack. It's been incredibly eclectic. It's been incredibly long, but enjoyable, I should say. It's also been a challenge, a little bit of a change. The chords move really fast. There's a lot of key changes. A lot of times, you notice I'm not playing along. I'm just like keeping up and tracking what's going on. And that's just been a beautifully fun challenge for me. And I've really been enjoying my time here with all of you, getting to share this music. And so this has been really nice. Thank you so much for your support, MF Mega Zero X. This is chapter 5 and 6 are two of my favorite. Putting 1,000 bits to Shin Megami Tensei 4. You got it. Welcome, one and all, to Part 5, Chapter 5 of, oh my gosh, Umineko original soundtrack. I've never heard this before in my life. Not once, ever, never. So everything I do say, talk about, teach, breakdowns to be off the top of my head in the moment. And now we're going to go ahead and just like rock and roll with this thing. Hey, everyone in the chat, we're live. Hello. If you are lurking, you are most welcome to lurk. And with that being said, let's get started with this Part 5. Occultics no Majo. Ha! No sound. Okay. When I record my podcasts, I need to have one setting. When I do the streams, I need to have another setting. And if I don't remember to switch the settings, then it's a problem for both. Thank you, team.
神秘主義そこに生まれたつ限り憧れの魔女合理的現実のタブー青ざめた馬たちがかける起点を許したまえ幽霊な風上位なる蝶々の舞魔法のように目をくらむ悪夢に似た非日常が杖の先の一振りで操るのなら未来ごと否定するイルミナそれをかつて神秘と崇めた頃大いなる愛で包み込み福音をもたらしたイルミナ目に見えない奇跡が不都合ならいくつかの鍵が僕たちを導いてゆく万物の理論へと
Oh yeah, come on.
イルミナそれはまるで全てを見透かすように不埒な力で嘲笑い祝福に満たされゆくイルミナ錯乱する描写で誇示するほど全知の力は覆り剥がれ落ちゆく仕込まれた奇跡へとゼロになる奇跡へと
All right, so this was sick. This was really cool. And not just because that was a banging song, but check this out. What's really cool is we actually heard this chord progression before a whole bunch of times. We've heard this so many times throughout this OST, the same exact chord progression. Indeed, 1, flat 7, flat 6, to 3. Perhaps indeed this is 1. So, well, no, I'm gonna hold that this is flat 3. I'm gonna say we're in the key of B flat minor. And then we go to 4, 5, 6, to major 5 sus 4, to 5, back to 1. We've heard it so many times throughout this OST. So what's really cool is one of the reasons why this song might actually sound familiar and sound like it fits into everything you've heard before is, well, quite simply, you've heard the foundation of this song so many times over the entire journey through this OST. Now you're hearing it again, sure, dressed up as, by the way, an awesome pop song, but there you go. By the way, first time chatter from XKYAWLA. Welcome. Yeah, good OST does it. Good film scores do it too. You bring back things to keep a sense and a feeling of continuity. Oh, come on now. Oh, sweet. Okay, so the song's looping here. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I'm actually gonna talk over things that happen. All right, so first of all, right here. Like the fact that the piano part that started out this whole song, this little piano lick is coming back in under the strings is sick. And by the way, the groove is sick too. And one of the reasons, all right, so we've actually heard, and I know there's a bunch of different composers here, so there's maybe a new composer we haven't heard from before. But right here, the amount of space that is in this groove is sweet. And so before we heard some groove examples where it was like every single possible space was filled with instruments. And right here, that's not the case. The drums have space to breathe. The strings have space to breathe. The harpsichord, which, by the way, these harpsichord details are just fire. I'll point these out to you. The harpsichord is like, it sounds like a metal plucking sound thing is what the harpsichord sounds like. Let's see if I can. Sorry, guys, I'm still new to OBS here, touching wrong buttons. Okay, and so the harpsichord sounds like this little metallic spring type thing right there in the left ear. Right there in the left ear. Type a 2 in the chat if you can hear that harpsichord in your left ear. Right there. It goes by quick. If you can't hear it, type a 4. If you can't hear it, type a 4. If you cannot hear it, type a 4. Hear it, type 2. If you can't hear it, type 4. Right there. Yeah. And again. Now it changes sides to the right ear there. Yes. This is like supreme groove. This is supreme groove. It's like all the instrument parts are contributing. Like the drum, the bass, the organ, and even right there. Like there's a really deep bass rumbling thing right here. Which I have no idea what that is. It's like, it sounds like someone's moving furniture upstairs above you. You hear that? It sounds like someone's dragging a couch on a floor above you. Can you guys hear that low rumbling sound? Type a 1 in the chat if you hear that low rumbling sound right there. Right there. Yeah, you guys can hear that. That's wild, huh? Again, man. again. Yeah, bass drum roll. And right there, we just heard low bass, low drum sounds on the left and the right here. Ah, delightful. This was really cool. Concert bass drum, yeah, possible indeed. Indeed. Yeah, that low wind sound, that could just be either a patch of wind or that could be reverb from something else that you're hearing there. Oh no, no, that actually does sound like wind. Like that. Wow, there's a lot going on here, but boy, does it work. So cool. Okay. If any of you have been on these previous streams, guess how that just ended. Guess how that chord progression just ended. If you've been on these streams, we've been talking about it a whole bunch. We talked about it a whole bunch. Guess how that chord progression just ended. Yo, MF Mega Zero X. Yes, exactly. Using the parallel major. So it starts off for a minor. Hitting that parallel major. Yes, guys. Hitting the parallel major instead. Listen for it. Here it comes. Right there. Instead of love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's check out this next one. Oh, well, I'll break down the chord for you there because that was actually pretty cool. So it starts off with minor, D minor, to A minor, to A major. So, yeah, D, da, da, sha, D, da, but G minor, ya, ba, do, go, E half diminished, A7, back to D minor the second time, D, da, to A minor pure, to I think it was, oh yeah, G minor, so 4, 5, back to. Back to D minor, and then of course ending on the D major. Okay, let's check out this next one. which is called Smileless Soiree. Ha! So it did loop, but we're gonna listen to it again. Okay, now while it stayed in E minor there, we did have a moment in the middle before it looped. Well, and I think it was actually good to listen all the way through because the end of the second time through was actually different than the first time. Anyone want to take a guess what's happening right there? Yes! Zulkir streams, exactly. Parallel, major, and minor. See, you guys are getting this idea of parallel, major, minor down so well. I love it. Yes, exactly. We're seeing that this really is a theme. So apparently this is a mystery. And so playing around the mystery between parallel, major, and minor is something we've seen over and over again. What does parallel, major, minor mean? Just a quick refresher. It means that the lowest note of the chord is going to be the same, E. Minor versus E major. And there was actually a moment there where in the piece of music, it actually went to the major. Yeah, it's a little touches. I mean, just the dynamics in this piece and like just the dynamics of how things get more quiet and more loud. That the word we use in music is dynamics, when things get quiet and loud, is amazing in here. Just even right in there, how those right and gong, just that little extra emphasis there. Oh, so cool. And like that ring going up on the strings, like so many small details here that really takes this to the next level. And I'm loving every single second of it. Hey, let's check out the next one. It's called One. Okay, so that was really cool. To break down what was happening there. So basically we had this idea of... Now, that was actually added on to something which I can hardly do on the guitar. Oh, adding that D up top. So essentially, if we're thinking about C as being the lowest note here, we have a B flat, a D, a G, and a B flat, C, a G, and a D. So we have what is essentially a C7 sus2, technically speaking. It's implied that it's a C minor. We don't actually have the third in here. So yeah, a C sus2. Technically, well, I actually might prefer to call this a C7 omit 3 add 9. I think might actually get us there a little bit better. But anyway, that was cool. Now underneath it, what was happening is that we had the violins doing this to this, going back and forth, and that's implying two chords. It's implying a C minor to a B flat major throughout the whole song. So we basically think of this entire song as being built really in the key of C minor, but focusing around two chords, that being the 1, C, and then going down to the 7, or rather the flat 7, B flat major. Yeah, also Joni Mitchell, the master of using sus chords as well. So that was really cool. And just this right here, just the... Oh, it's so pretty. All right, let's keep this thing going. That's how Duke Ellington's Satin Doll starts. Ooh, the minor 4 there. Ooh. Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say it was gesturing at hope. Okay, so a couple of really interesting things with this piece. This piece actually was pulling from a number of things we've heard before, which is really cool. So not only melodically did we hear gestures at the Hope motif, we heard gestures at another motif that I can't remember the name of, but in addition to that, we actually heard fragments of chord progressions from other songs. So there was moments where it was going like we heard a bunch of times. There was also times it did the gesture that we heard. I mean, that's from the, the corporation we've heard a bunch of times. It's like, how did it go? Yes, so many memories of other songs coming back within this one piece. So is something, it says future. The name of the song is a future. So perhaps we're seeing maybe those pieces of music are representing, maybe those are leitmotifs in this case. They're representing people, places, and things that are going to appear again, indeed, in the future. How cool is that? Let's check out this next one, which is called String Trio number 600 million. Okay. Right, we've heard this motif before as well, obviously. So this is actually going back to the final movement of, I think it was Strauss's Symphony Number 5, if I remember correctly, that we also tied back to Mother 3. That we heard in Mother 3, and we're also hearing gestures of that here. Shostakovich, excuse me, I knew it was an S. I'm sorry. Shostakovich's Fifth Symphony that we heard. Which is really, really cool. And then we're hearing that here as well, the same idea, but you can hear it's dressed up differently. It's like, maybe when you first meet someone and you haven't seen them for a couple days, because everyone sort of has different shades of themselves that they turn up at. Sometimes people are super happy, sometimes people are sad, some people are pretty stoic and they're pretty much the same every day. But it's sort of like meeting a friend that like you haven't seen, feel like anxious for a while, and then you so that's the same friend that went but they're acting a little bit differently today. Chad is asking if there's a spiral. Is there a spiral? I don't see a spiral in this one, but we do have 3 more parts to go. So perhaps spiral is there. This one is called Toten Blume. Let's check it out. But what we had here, number one was me having a little fun. So thanks for, thank you for allowing me to just sit here and jam out for a little bit. But what we were hearing was modulation between two keys. Now, a modulation is where we establish a sound that we're going to use. In this case, it's B minor. You can hear, as I play this chord, it's going to sort of make sense and feel like home. See? Feels like home. Feels like home. Feels like home. Wow. Yes, that's 4 there. Sorry. Brain fart. What's going on with my brain? There we go. So B minor 1, going to E minor 4, going to F sharp sus 4, 7, B minor. So it really feels like B minor is our home. Now what happens here? Oh, things change. We modulated down by a minor third. No longer is B minor the one. Now A flat, or perhaps we can think about it as G sharp minor, is now the one. At a fundamental, it's the same chords going back and forth, but the difference being that we start in C minor and then we change where the home base is down to G sharp minor. And this is modulation. It's changing where your ear feels home is in the music. Let's check out this next one. It's called Justice. But we'll only listen to it just this once. Look, so much is going on in this piece. So much. So firstly, there's like this dun 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 thing going on with the percussion. And then way up high, you have this thing happening, man, which is like... And just like the organ, it sounds like there's other padded synths in there. Hang on. No. Go back. Like the fact that it ends on an A and it feels right ending on A, it's been B minor the whole time. Sick stuff. But I hope you don't mind me every once in a while playing a little bit over what's happening. I love playing along. One of my favorite game channels is 8-Bit Drummer, and he gets to play along with everything. And it's like, oh, I wish I could do that all the time. It's hard to know what harmony is coming when you've never heard the song before. So for that reason, I can't always anticipate what's going to happen. But a lot of fun, a lot of cool things there too. So let's see. Yeah, so much going on. It's already broke down. Like, it's so busy. It's so full. And we're seeing a very interesting juxtaposition. Is this the same composer that... Is the same composer, right? This is the one that I was talking about, the space in the groove. Unfortunately, I don't have composer info over here on my end. Chat, do you happen to know if the same composer I was talking about, the space in the groove on, did this? Don't think so. This is Die. Okay, and who wrote the one that had the space in it? Well, it should be in the video description. Okay, hang on. Oh, yeah, Die. Okay, this is Die. Thank you. Thank you for teaching me how to YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. So this is Luck. Luck did this. Okay, yeah, you can hear the difference in sort of the artistic idea of how to make a groove between this composer and the other composer, because this composer's filling the space up, and it's not right or wrong. It's just two different ways of accomplishing a song, right? And this composer's filling up the space and creating a lot going on. There's a lot of pads. There's this consistent level of stuff happening. whereas with luck, we saw that there was space, and the space between the notes was given a little bit more emphasis, which creates a very different effect. And let's check out this next one, which is called Aci-L. All right, well, all right, hang on. This is going to be cool. So there's a connection between the Eagles song Hotel California and this piece of music right here. Okay, so look, basically, here's the chord progression we have. So, we have B minor to F sharp, second inversion, to A, E, G, D, C sharp half diminished, to F sharp, back to 1. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. Had to stop for the night. Now with the chorus we just heard. Yes, she stood in the doorway, heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Well, she lit up a candle, showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor, thought I heard them say. So you can actually see, even though it's not exactly chord for chord, because at the end the Eagles go to E minor before going to the F sharp. Here the only difference is the C sharp half diminished going to the F7, and indeed within this C sharp half diminished is actually very close to an E minor. It's actually functioning, has the same function as an E minor, because if you think about the notes that are in a C sharp half diminished, it's going to be C sharp, G, E, and B. Those are the notes that are in a C sharp half diminished. And guess what? E, G, and B are all the same notes as a E minor. So it's actually all the same exact chord tones, adding in a C sharp on the bottom. So the function is the same. The function is a sub-dominant function within the chord progression, within the key. And so either way you slice it, you're hitting the sub-dominant before heading on down to the dominant. So real quick, we probably actually, along with this song, see if I catch it in the right place. Stop desert highway. Stood in the doorway. Where's the mission bell? Oh, it's going twice as fast. Yeah, okay. Well, the chord progression is there at any rate. Cool. All right. Hey, let's keep this thing going. That was a cool, interesting connection. So that was actually basically the song Hotel California, but not. Okay. Let's check out Kuina, however you'd like to pronounce that. Oh, beautiful. What an incredible way to end it, too. That was just beautiful. Let's break down what's going on there. So on a fundamental level, we have essentially, and I'm going to just break this down, one part of this, is we have in the bass line. Now, the chords that go along with this are really interesting. So we have 1, 2, 5 in... 5 in first inversion, to G is gonna be to the G minor in first inversion, to 1 in second inversion, down to 4 again first inversion, to 1 in first inversion, 1 in root position, 4 in root position, 1 in first inversion, I'll get it right, and then 2, and then 5, back to 1. And what's really cool is the way that the notes and the chords are arranged in inversions on the way down to actually agree with the lowest bass note. So what's happening is that we're taking chords, but we're actually displacing the lowest note of the chord up higher into the chord to make room for that lowest note to take the place of the lowest note in the chord. So this is root position. Normally it'd be like this. Normally, that's the root position, but instead we're adding this note right in here. Changes the color. So it's a part of the chord, which is taking a different note from the chord and making that the lowest. A different note from the chord, making it the lowest. Again, different note from the chord, making it the lowest. Now the lowest note of the chord is the lowest. Different note is lowest. Lowest note is lowest. Lowest note is lowest. That's using something called inversions. Yeah, voice leading. I think we think about voice leading more about higher notes as opposed to lower notes, but yes, exactly right. Like whenever I think of voice leading, maybe I've got this wrong. That's actually interesting. When I think of voice leading, I think about having a melody and then harmonizing to the melody, voice leading along, as opposed to going along with a bass line underneath. Very interesting, Connor Worrells. Hey, Connor Worrells, if you want to give that a quick Google and come back and clarify that for all of us, I think that would be huge. Or I'll give it a quick Google. How about them apples? Let's give it a Googs. Let's see. Voice leading... Because I always thought of that as melody. Individual melodic notes. Yeah, okay. All right, voice leading, Wikipedia. Voice leading or part writing is a linear progression of individual melodic lines, voices, or parts, and their interaction with one another to create harmonies, typically in accordance with the principle of common practice, harmony, and counterpoint. Right. Well, okay. Linear progression of individual melodic lines. Interaction with one another. Yeah, so I guess based on that, then it doesn't matter how high or how low they are. I was just always thinking about how voice leading is working around chords, not the bass notes under it. But hey, wow, you got me to think about voice leading in a new way today. Thank you very much for that, Connor. That was exciting. Cooler Spook, I always get to learn something. That's one of the really cool things about doing this. I get to listen to music I've never listened to before. I get to play things on the guitar I've never played before. I get to learn things too. Everyone as musicians are always growing. Every musician always has room to learn and room to grow. Even music teachers have room to grow and things to learn. Music teachers happen to know a lot more, hopefully, than whoever they're teaching. Yes, that's it. We're all growing. We're all learning. Music is a journey, and we're all on it. Some of us are just further ahead than others. And those of us who are further ahead, we help people who are further behind and we teach them. There you go. It's about that simple. Okay, let's keep this thing going. loops. Is this the loop here, guys? Type 1 in the chat if this is the loop. Alright, no loop. Alright. All right, so we're gonna have to talk about time signatures now. So there's a reason why I didn't say that this piece was in 13/8, and I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why that thinking about the way you think about time signatures does matter to a certain degree when we think about it from a metric hierarchy perspective. So right here we have ka. We're having the kick and the snare alternating in the drums. Type 1 in the chat if you need the ka. Type 1, you can hear that. Okay, so that ka, the or the kick drum, that's going to be beats 1 and 3. The ka is going to be beats 2 and 4. Because we always have the kick drum is going to be on the strongest beats. The snare drum is going to be on the weakest beats. At the most basic level of understanding the relationship between drums and meter. And so what happens is here we can see that the drums are going 1, 2, 3, 4. And they do that 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's one extra beat. So even to call that third measure a group of 5, I wouldn't call that a measure of 5, 4. I'd call that a measure of 4. And then there's a measure of 1, 4 tacked on to the end. And here's why. It's because in all 3 measures, you can hear 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1. And because the kick and the snare are lining up so perfectly with the 2 and the 4, in all 3 measures, I'm going to call those 3 measures of 4, 4 with the added 1 measure of 1, 4 from a theoretical perspective. That would be the difference of thinking about it in terms of 6 and 7. Like, yeah, technically speaking, you could think about it as being 6 and 7. I mean, technically speaking, you could think about it as 12 and 1 if we're counting 13, right? But when the drums show us where the strong and weak beats are, that actually does give us a framework with which to understand everything that's going on in the music, like we're hearing here. Now, in this second part here, let's go ahead and listen to it. let's count the number of groups there. I missed it. Okay, so I had 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. I had 8, 2, 3. So 8, 16, 20. I had 24. Yeah, 24, aka 12. Kinda, something like that. Or it could just be the emphasis. It could stay in 4, and then it's just the emphasis are written around that. So is there a reason for you to, it makes sense for you to count in the first part? No, it doesn't make sense for you to count in 3. In this part here, yeah, it makes sense to count in 3. It could make sense to count in 3. I won't say objectively it makes sense to count in 3, because we could have a whole argument about whether it stays in 4 really the whole time or not. We had the 5 at the end. Right, so it's like you could count that all in 4, right? Maybe it's just written to be, you know, a little syncopated. Yeah. Well, but see, even to say, okay, here's the thing. It's like, okay, are we going to say just because the music is grouped into 3s that by definition the time signature must be 3/4? No, because you can have the time signature 4/4 as I just counted it with those 3s written in there, groups of 3 juxtaposed over groups of 4. Yeah, so there you go. All right, let's keep this thing going with Hello Your Dream. And that's a little rhythm counting funness for all you guys. Ha! Interesting note at the end, the resolved up instead of, I thought it was going to go Amen, do a plagal cadence, also known as Amen cadence, especially with the church influence. But there, no, it went from sus4 up to the 5th. Now, one interesting thing, we've actually heard this theme before. Yeah, we've heard this before. Anyone want to put a name to that? Because we've heard that before in this OST. Ah! Anyone? Anyone got a name for me? We've heard this before. Anyone? Ah! Well, it seems like everyone's got an ear. If anyone remembers it, we might hear it again, indeed. We've heard it somewhere in the past 6 hours of music. Let's keep this thing going with the girls' witch hunt. Now, this song is actually not tuned to A440. So I want to show you guys, I know we talked about this with one of the tracks previously in this OST, but I want to point this out to you again because it's been a while. So I'm actually going to play my two closest notes to the home base of this song, and I want to show you guys how wild this is. So, okay. Type a 1 if this feels a little out of tune to you. Alright, now I'm going to play the second closest note to it. And again, type a 2 if this also seems out of tune to you. Oh, it hurts! Oh, it hurts! Oh, gosh! Oh, no! Okay. Okay, so, guys, now, Mortal Stampede, thank you to Chosen. Okay, now, here's the thing. What I want you to watch for, I'm actually going to modulate the tuning of the string, but I'm going to pull the string, I'm going to increase the tension, which is going to raise the pitch up, and then I'm actually going to match what's happening in here. So, listen to this. Versus 4. There it is. So we already have the explanation of what not being tuned to A440 is, so I'll spare you that for now. But that's pretty cool. How many cents out is that, ask Connor Rolls? I'm not sure, but it's a couple. It's a couple. Yeah, 20, 30, maybe. Cents is where you divide each half step between pitches into 100 divisions. They don't tune it because the sample's not tuned. I'm not sure, Jappy. I'm actually genuinely unsure what the reason would be. Maybe it's just the tone, the feeling. Maybe they wanted to make it so that, you know, one day in the future, some music teacher who has their, you know, instrument tuned to A440 comes along and plays with it and is going to be able to give this explanation to people. I'm not sure. Check for solitary deep sea fish on the playlist. Yes, I can check for that. I'm not going to check on that now. Yes, we will check into it. All right, let's check out this next one, which is deep sea fish. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oops. All right. Just a reminder, you can ask questions in the chat about anything we're listening to. If I don't see it, just type your question again. Okay. So, some really interesting things are happening. Patchwork Chimera. This sounds like a Patchwork Chimera. Number one, again, it's not, doesn't seem to be using A. Either my guitar is completely out of tune, which I don't think it is, because I literally just tuned it to a tuner to make sure that I'm in line with A440 reality. This song is not A440. Like a little sharp. That's how the bend's getting to. Now right here is nuts. The chord that's happening here. Oh my gosh, there's real dissonant things going on. And I'll tell you, it really is like a chimera of sorts. There's something else going on in here. Yeah, it sounds like, oh my gosh, there's something crazy dissonant, it's crazily dissonant going on there, and I can't quite pick out what it is. It's got something to do with, it's supposed to be the 6, but it's not. It seems like there may be like a sharp 9 in there or something. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see if that fits. Yeah, maybe a sharp 9 in there. Oh. Of course, it's E flat as the lowest note there. Second inversion of the A flat. That's wild. Wild stuff. Yeah, it's your favorite chord to wake up with. That chord will wake you up. Ah, that was fun. You know, I used to be able to play like that all the time back in the day. Man, it's starting to come back. All these hours of streaming. It's starting to come back. Guitar hands are starting to work again. Yeah. So how did I do what I just did? Music theory and guitar practice. Music theory, that's it. Like, understanding music theory is the key to everything. And so what we had fundamentally from a chords perspective is, let's go here. Basically, D sus to D, E minor. So basically we're doing a 1 flat 6 flat 7 in the key of E minor. And yeah, some of the chord qualities are changing. You know, we get a C major 7, to a C, to a D sus 4, back down to D. But just hanging out there over 1 flat 6 flat 7. Oh, really, really beautiful tune, and I had a lot of fun playing with it. Let's check out Resurrectedreplayer. That's an interesting name of the song. Oh, hang on. I'm sorry. I just messed up my playlist here. right, that's a lip. So we're actually going to pause here. Well, I'll talk a little bit, actually, over the music as we go. So, this is really interesting. It's with this kind of noise going over it. And I'm going to forget the name of... There's a couple synthesizers you can do it with. I think I've used one of Native Instruments synthesizers to make that sound before, if I'm not mistaken. And so right here, alternating between the 1 and the 6. The A minor and the F. And right here, very interesting thing happening, switching between an F major 7 and a D over F sharp. So really switching between an F major 7 and then going to the sub-dominant in first inversion. Real interesting. Beautiful sound. Back to A minor. Really cool. Really cool. A beautiful piece of music. I just want to pull that little tidbit of music theory out for you just to understand a little bit of what was going on in their relationship to the 1, especially in that second section with that very interesting playing back and forth between, and it's that juxtaposition of the F natural to the F sharp that makes that sound so interesting and so cool in the context of this piece of music, because it's essentially playing back and forth between an A natural minor scale and an A Dorian scale. Very cool. And the difference being on scale degree 6. All right, let's check out this next one called Final Answer. I'm going to turn the volume back up. It's like a major version. Yeah. Oh my goodness, what a journey. Now, just like we've seen, let's see, which composer we're dealing with here? Die. Yes, we've heard Die before. Put a lot going on in the background. We can hear the same thing here. Let's just listen to this. There's so much happening in the background of this piece. There's something going, like literally holding 30-second notes, or perhaps 16th notes if we're very fast. Like so fast. And even right here, just like the bells that are going back and forth. It's nuts how much is going on, and it works, but it's crazy how much is going on here. This is me ringing a bell, by the way. Oh, this is someone's final thing. Let's see. This is Battler's final answer. Is this some sort of end of a boss fight, a culmination of some very complex or exciting thing, or someone who's very complicated, or someone who has a lot going on? Because if so, that makes a lot of sense. Because my goodness, is there a lot going on in this track? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, final answer. What a wild ride with so much going on. Very busy. And I will tell you that if any of you are working on producing or writing your own music, having that many elements going on in your music can take a lot of work to mix, to get it to work. And you got to make things very quiet. Yeah. Always less is generally more, unless you're trying to make a point, like is clearly being made here. It's like, wow, it works. It's complex. And it works. Next one is called Light. Well, I'm sorry I hit a wrong chord in there. That was a beautiful piece called Light. Now, the main instruments we're hearing here is we're hearing an organ also a harpsichord. Now, because we've heard so much interaction between organ and harpsichord here in this chapter, I'm inclined to ask if there's a character or a place that's associated with each one of those instruments. I'm very interested to know if there's a character that every time they show up there's harpsichord, and a character every time they show up there's organ, or if it just happens to be the sound of chapter 5. But it seems to me the amount of interactions. So witches are the harpsichord, okay. And then the latter half happens in church. So we're in a church, and there's witches. So are we, in this song in particular, are we in a church and there's witches as well? So Erica and witches are harpsichordy. Okay, and then what's the organ? The organ is representing the church. Okay, so in this scene, there are indeed witches in a church. Have I understood everything correctly? Yes. Okay. Interesting that the music is painting such a clear picture. But it seems to me that in this instance, the witches are not at the forefront. It's more just sort of like a little, you know that they're there, but they're not being featured, perhaps. Interesting. The meta church. God, this is fascinating. Perhaps I need to play this to be able to understand the concepts. But let's move on for now with the bread of life. Oh, cool. Okay, let's explore what happened at the very end, also known as the Amen cadence. And why? Because it goes, Amen. And if you ever have been in a church and heard the end of many of the hymns, they end with, Amen. So we actually sometimes call it the Amen cadence because, well, there it is. Now, not technically a plagal cadence. I mean, kind of, sort of. We go, Amen. And sure, we'd have the G to the D, and indeed with the sus, the note that is sussed in the D is in fact the G. But here's the thing. The Amen. Why does it feel like a cadence? Indeed, it feels like a cadence because of the tension that is created with the fourth against the root, and then the fourth comes down to the third. So what we have here is a D sus4. when the chord is sus, and then back to major. And indeed, it might be intentional, because if the setting is a church, having amen and amen cadences and tipping the hat, indeed, to different genres of Christian music would be, well, not coincidental. Also known as coincidental. Yeah. I'm not Dan. Are you not having a good time, chat? Let me hear ya. It is not cool. Oh, yo, Memsy is not having an awesome time. Connor Wolves, yep. How's his meow? Yes, we've got everything. Wow, this vocal performance is something else. I don't think I've ever heard anything quite like this. And I'll break down for you what's really blowing my mind here. Yeah, like that? Oh my gosh. It's also just the vocal quality, the timbre, the sound of the voice. delicious. Like, and to go up and hit that note so flawlessly and jump back in. On top of that, the vocal performance is auto-tuned, but that's a sound choice. It's not because the singer's not singing well. Wow. And just like that, just like the precision of the rhythmic attacks. Or whatever it was. Sorry, I don't speak Japanese. But like, amazing rhythm too. I wonder if the singer was perhaps there was some rhythmic zhuzhing of the vocal performance. I'm not sure though. I can tell you that there's auto-tune on there. And I can tell you that it's also phenomenal vocal performance. Wow. I mean, really, really wow. What a unique vocal performance. And just the way she's using vocal fry to get into words. Like the using that vocal fry to get it, so interesting. So, by the way, that sound, that's called vocal fry. So like, you know, when like people talk like this, oh my gosh, that's using vocal fry. And singers will also use vocal fry from time to time as a coloring tool to create different sounds within a vocal performance. Use too much, it could actually get you in trouble and mess your voice up. Don't use it at all, you might not sound interesting. To be clear, might not sound interesting from a pop 2023 perspective. Pop fads come and go. We'll have something new tomorrow. So, two things. Number one, we could hear that same thing we were talking about before. We'd hear that same theme being recycled and brought back in a different way. But more interestingly, I think, is the caterpillar that they had munching on a leaf in the middle of this song. Type it 2 if you can hear the caterpillar that's munching on a leaf, or at least it sounds like that here in this song. Right in there. It's like a really hungry caterpillar that's like eating a leaf. If this is your first time hearing it, type a 2. Type a 2 if this is your first time ever hearing. Yeah, like a fly caught on glue trap. Yeah. It's very subtle. It's a small thing. Type a 2 if this is the first time you've ever heard that. It's this wild little thing. It starts about 1:43, 1 minute 43 seconds. It's like, what? Why? Is it perhaps like a nagging voice in the back of your head that you know you're not quite done, or there's something still left to do? I'm not sure. Yeah, there's something wrong in a big cheery celebration. Exactly. Yeah, it's like there's an undercurrent of, even though it's like, if you've ever had a moment in your life where it's like you needed to do something and you've been putting it off, and then you had to go out and try and enjoy yourself, and then you're still thinking about that thing you had to do. It's kind of like that. Like there's a little voice in the back of your head going, hey guys, let's check out Wings. What a rockin', sockin' way to end this 5th chapter. So, guys, how many of you on the stream right now, your favorite song was in this 5th chapter? Because we had a couple, like, real bangers. I'd love to hear from you in the chat. Type in the chat, favorite, or you. Yeah, me. There you go. Type me in the chat if one of your favorite songs was in this part 5. Almost me, says Cooler Spook. Snroxy. Yeah. Memsy. Oh, what an incredible, incredible group of songs. I totally loved going through this. Thank you so much to everyone who donated money today. Thank you to everyone who put in the bits. For Super Chats, what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break. I actually have a meeting for the next hour. So I'm going to hop out of here, and then I'm going to come back probably about an hour and 15 minutes, and we'll go count some Super Chats and set up a new poll. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Please follow if you enjoyed our time here. If you really enjoyed our time here, you don't want to see ads anymore, hit that subscribe button. Remember, if you're a Prime member, you can subscribe for free to me. And yeah. Check out the YouTube channel. Check out at Music Expert Dan Spencer on all social things. And guys, I'm here to help you. My whole point of why I do what I do is to actually help you get better at music or understand more about music. So I have books, I have courses. Avail yourself. I'm here to help.